Sunfish. Oh, God damn it. Sunfish. I have such a bias against. That's alright then. Can be lonely with you. I'm not you broken like me. Maybe that makes me a fool. Hey, tablet, don't do this. Would you say I love me? Come on. You were just working. Come on, come on. Work with me. OBS, are you being stupid too? Please don't do this to me. Come on, come on. There we go. Alright. Silly tablet. Tricks are for kids. To love me. Still love me. Still love me. My tablet's at 69%. Alright, time to get going. Which ones have I sketched already? Let's see. Alright, 30's been sketched, so I need to do 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Alright, let's see, what chapters are those? Alright, groggy. Alright. I think I know what to do. Oh, you stupid son of a bitch! You motherfucker. Ah, why is it you worked last night? You worked just fine earlier. Why do you now have to be stupid? Holy shit. Fucking A. Hold on. What you doing, honey? There we go. There we go. Much better. about it. Just move your body. Listen to the music, sing oh hey oh. Baby. Say oh hey oh. Oh, on fire. Always I'm getting louder. Oh, you can do. By the moon. I don't know about you, but I feel better when I'm dancing. Yeah, yeah. Better when I'm dancing. Yeah, yeah. Let's do this together. We feel better when you're dancing. Yeah, yeah. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. And the music sing away home. Away home, oh, the world you got that fire. Feel the rhythm getting louder. Hold on just a second. Need to grab something. I remembered I had sweet tarts in my room. Snackage has in fact been acquired. Well, I have Sprees. It's the Sweet Tarts extremely sour, chewy things. They're kind of like Sprees, and I hadn't seen them in a long time. Spud and I found them at Walmart, and I was just like, I need these because I love sour candy. So she said, "What's the problem, baby? What's the problem? I don't know. Well, maybe I'm in love. Think about it every time I think about it. Can't stop thinking about it. Girl, because I can't. Oh, love makes me wanna turn. Makes me wanna don't know nothing about it. Come on, turn a little fast. You said I'm a flower burning, running down to the stream that's calling in love. Around inside your love. Oh, come on, jump a little higher. Oh, accidentally in love. Accidentally in love. Accidentally in love. Accidentally, I'm in love, I'm love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Accidentally, I'm in love, 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 I'm in love. Accidentally, come on, come on, you right. Feel a little brighter. Come on, come on, put yourself inside this love. I'm in love. Is there something crazy? Has been a series of doors in my face, and suddenly I bump into you. I've been searching my whole time to find my home place. Maybe it's the party talking, the chocolate fondue, but with you, you found I've never known before. Love is an open door. Love is an open door. Love is an open door with you, with you, with you, with you. Love is an open door. I think it's crazy what we finish each other's sandwiches. That's what I was gonna say. Never met someone who thinks so much like me. Jinx, jinx again. Our mental synchronization can't have but one explanation. You and I were just meant to be. We will repeat of the past. You can't keep feeling anymore. Love is an open door. Love is an open door. I can be so much more with you, with you, There's an open door. Strong as a fox, as rare as an ox, fast as a bear, as big as a bear, sweet as a word, as sweet as a word, young as a mouse, as strong as a house. Oh, I wanna be. Oh, I wanna be. I wanna be is everything as a wolf, as sharp as a tooth, as being as a bat, as sharp as a knife. I can't remember if she's using her phone or Hattie's phone. Whose phone are you using, woman? I am a fixture, strong as a family, strong like a wanna be, light as day, bright as light, as strong as a sail, as blind as a whale. Ah, I wanna be. Okay, she is using Hattie's phone, which means it's gonna have a snatcher phone case. Everything, everything I want, everything I want, everything I want. There's a big fire, burn as ice, sweet as sugar and everything nice. Fine as straight as a line, strong as a bee, as smooth as a bee, light as a tiger, blue as a fire, as I wanna be, pure as I wanna. I wanna be. I wanna be. I wanna be is everything, everything I want. Fiddle in an Irish band, but she fell in love with an Englishman. Kiss me on the lips and then take her by the hands, and baby, I just wanna dance. Captain Street, outside of a bar, feeling the other being, so I played the guitar. My friends sing, every chase a check for the sun. Played that fiddle in an Irish band, but she fell in love with an Englishman. He's strong and listen, then I take her by the hand, baby, I just wanted a little Galway girl, a little Galway girl. Give me a proof. The fiddle in an Irish band, but she fell in love with an Englishman. Took by the hands, so baby, I just wanted to go away, girl. My go away, girl. My go away, girl. My go away, girl. She fell in love with an Englishman. Just wanna die. We gotta go away, girl. Go away, girl. Heart in a broken body, but you never say sorry. Middle of his chest. You always see the best. That's sweet. men say only fools rush in. I can't tell only I hate you, but I was just kidding myself. Every moment, only need to say you under the surface, my trouble water. Hey, Scripts. Nothing that you want. So before you go, yep, because it's the old owl. Because technically speaking, this Eclipse and them live in Subcon City, but it's actually two different towns put together. There's Old Owl County, which is the other half of town, and then there's Subcon City. Subcon City is the one where most of the downtown stuff is, and that's where primarily Eclipse lives and does all her stuff. But then there's most of the, like, the police department, the hospital and stuff, it's in Owl County. So the cops and stuff are owls because they thought it'd be funny. I thought it was funny. I thought I was being funny. That's all it is. Might seem strange. Lower your lungs. Pain. Making. Why? I don't like it though. We'll try. Make you so kind as to fall in love with me. Think and try. Come from a lie like you. That's not enough. If you would, fall in love with, it's only there. There's gotta be some butterflies somewhere. Kind like you, and that's not enough. If you would, just fall in love with me. It's only fair. There's gotta be some butterflies somewhere. Like you, that's not enough. If you would, just fall in love with me. Hattie did get kidnapped. So that's Groggy. I can actually read a snippet from this too, like what the actual context of the picture is that I just drew. Just give me 1 second. Aiko scowled as she looked at the pile. Senna was here, she snorted as she pulled the threads. Was he? Eclipse stood up. She handed Hattie to Aiko so she could pull her dress back on. She sighed as she took her groggy daughter back and nuzzled her tiredly. These are his threads, right? Aiko asked, pulling at the glowing constraints. Yeah. Odd. She frowned. I'll message him later, I guess. She buried her face against Hattie in the relief. I'm glad she's not hurt. I think they wanted Bo. I wonder why they took Hattie instead. Aiko frowned as she grabbed the discarded phone. She used the cat's hand to unlock the thumbprint and frowned. Ah, look! Your old friend Mario. Ugh! Eclipse groaned. She sighed as she shifted her daughter and rummaged to get Hattie's phone. She dialed on it, annoyed. She tapped her foot as sirens sounded. She frowned as the old Alice City police shuffled in. She moved out of the way as Aiko spoke with them and the cats were rounded up. Hey, Dad. She frowned as she saw Snatcher rushing in. He seemed strained. She frowned as she shifted the phone to hand Hattie to him. She saw his fingers and looked up worried. I'm okay. If she's okay, I'm okay. He stated as he held the slightly unconscious girl gently. He grimaced, hearing a small pop. Dad, Mario tried to have Hattie kidnapped, she stated slowly and lowly into the receiver. Got some of Kay's goons to do it. She reached to take Snatcher's hand as she shook angrily. Senna got them, thankfully. Right. I know. Yeah. She sighed, hanging up and leaned against the Leviathan. He shifted to put an arm around her and pulled her into a hug. He rested his cheek on her head as she started to sniffle and cry into his tunic. He rubbed her shoulder lightly. Hattie grumbled. Hey, kiddo. He smiled, glad she was waking up. You okay? She yawned. I'm sleepy. She looked around, confused. She blinked a few times. She frowned and made a disgusted face, as if Empress had eaten too many treats and the laundry room door was left open to waft. What's wrong? Eclipse panicked as she looked at her. Where are we exactly? Hattie asked, blinking. She looked at Snatcher. Why's your face weird? He removed his hand from Eclipse to cover his jaw with a scowl. I'm stressed out because someone got kidnapped. No way! Hattie gasped. Who? He slapped his face. She stared confused as her mother started laughing loudly. Snatcher sighed as he kissed Hattie's forehead. Let's just go home for the night. I'm exhausted. He sighed as he handed Hattie back to Eclipse. He leaned on the woman who chuckled and offered her hand to him. He smiled as he took it and they started to leave. Excuse me! One of the officers stopped them. I have a few questions, he stammered nervously. Eclipse sighed. Snatcher, you have my wallet, right? Yeah, he reached out to get it. She fumbled and showed her ID to the officer. He stared and saw a small symbol on the bottom and gasped. Oh, I see. All right, we'll send someone to question you later, then. He moved to let them pass. Snatcher stared as they walked out. What did you show him? Eclipse turned a bit red. Well, a benefit of my illness is I can get out of dealing with normal cops. She laughed. I'm working on setting you up with the same benefit. Really? He blinked surprised. That's interesting. Should I be worried? No, it's a means to keep those who are sick, like us, safe, she sighed. Because there was an incident almost 200 years back that wiped out almost anyone with ties to magic off the map in this country. Doesn't Grandpa DJ have the same little fire on his card? Addie asked as she helped her mom put it away. He does. We're both registered under Prometheus. Eclipse snickered. She leaned against Snatcher as they got to her Jeep. She set Hattie in the back before she got in and sighed. So yeah, that's the context of the cover that I just sketched out. Basically, shit went down in the chapter that's going to be posted as soon as I finish the cover for, like, the next one to be posted. As soon as I get that chapter posted, this is the chapter that comes after it. So shit goes down in an upcoming chapter. It actually ends on a cliffhanger, because I'm an asshole. So, that's chapter 32. And chapter 33. I just do the covers for my art because it's just like, I don't know. I don't know why I just did it like on a whim for the first one and then I've done it consecutively since and now I'm like at a state where I don't like to post my artwork without having a cover drawn. So I'm just like, okay. Ah, tart. Ah, the orange ones are more tart. Alright. Chapter 33 has the MILF joke in it. I'm like scrolling through the chapter, like reading it quickly to try to figure out what I want to draw from it. I know what I want to draw. Yeah, Hattie. Okay, let me find the MILF comment that Hattie makes. He smirked. I thought you were some bitchy, full of herself grouch. Now I know you're just a bit hot-headed, total mom mode. Kinda stupid, but overall kind, he admitted. He paused, seeing her red in the face. Eclipse? Sorry, I just thought you were gonna be snarkier, she admitted and rubbed her cheek ashamed. Snatcher, would you say my mom is a MILF? Eclipse gasped. Harriet! What on earth is a MILF? Snatcher asked, confused. Eclipse, what's a MILF? He held the stirring spoon to his mouth, confused. Is that a good thing? No! Hattie, who told you that? She snapped angrily. Never say it again! She threatened, hissing as she did. Hattie gulped. I overheard it. I thought it was a compliment. Eclipse groaned and held her head. No, it's not, she sighed heavily. It's not. Don't use it. More so with me. I'm not a MILF. She added air quotes. Far from it. I don't know anyone who'd want that. Snatcher frowned as he thought about it. Tell me later. Clearly it's not child fret. Mother, I'd like to... Screw. She stated softly under her breath. He choked on a noise. He glared at Hattie and she paled. Do not use that phrase ever again, he snarled. Oh, okay. She laughed nervously. She frowned. Fine, just stop glaring. It's one thing for one mom glare, not two. She pouted with her arms crossed. Sassy man is sassy. So yeah, Hattie calls her mom a MILF. Yeah. That's not the last time that comment gets dropped either. Like, it comes up again like 4 other times. And you finally learn that the one where she got it from was actually Maureen, aka Mafia Boss's niece, was the one who used the phrase first. Because Mafia Boss refers to Eclipse like as a MILF. Jesus Christ. too buff right now. You don't get this buff till later. He was too swole. I need to make him less muscular because this is before he gets that muscular. Because he hasn't asked DJ to help him work out yet. Because he hasn't gotten petty yet. He only starts working out because he's fucking petty. Yeah, Eclipse's hair is really pretty when it's long. It's just she has a lot of like emotional issues with her hair being long. Snatcher tries to talk her out of it because he likes her with long hair. Okay, the issue. Okay, so it all actually relates back to the same issue. So Eclipse's body image issues, specifically her long hair, her scars, those both tie directly to her being a werewolf, and that's what her issue is. So whenever Eclipse has a flare up or whenever she turns into a wolf, it causes her hair to grow out because normally her hair becomes part of her fur and her tail because she has a really long tail. So every time she transforms, her hair grows out. So when she has long silver hair, it reminds her of the fact that, oh yeah, you're a monster pretending to be human. And then most of her scars, specifically the really prominent ones on her limbs, like her neck, arms, and legs, were from when her mother chained her with silver chains and threw her into the ocean in an attempt to kill her, which her mother only did because she was a werewolf, and her mother didn't know how to care for a werewolf and went insane after Fenrir died. So both those issues, that she has a lot of issues looking at herself like that, are specifically because she's a werewolf. And then you bring in Keith, her ex-boyfriend, who really fucked her up. So basically, when they were dating, he acted like he was fine with the scars, but once he got what he wanted from dating Eclipse, he told her that no one's gonna love a woman who's stronger than they are, and she's too tall to actually, like, get in a proper relationship. And then she hasn't been able to hold down a relationship since, so she really does blame it back on her own appearance, and she doesn't think she fits the standard, like, pretty girl, pretty woman kind of thing. So basically all her tie-ups are because of how people have reacted to her and how it all ties up to her, and that's why she has so many body images issues, even though she is in fact actually a quite pretty woman. But it's fine because there's a certain Leviathan who's going to help with it. Not everyone are monster fuckers, like apparently we all are. I know, everyone, like, I think it's so funny because it's like people are like, Eclipse, yes, meanwhile in her canon universe, Eclipse, no. No, her mother was a coward, and her mother got what was coming to her. Well, her mother got what was coming to her, but also not, because there was an issue with the court case. So because Eclipse's biological mother was still alive after Fenrir died, even though her mother was the one who threw her off of the cliff, where Snatcher ended up saving tiny baby Eclipse, and William ended up finding her, they weren't legally able to prove that her mother was the one who had done that to her, because, you know, that's how it is. I write the story, I read it. So they were unable to prove that her mother was the one who did it, so she was still left in her mother's care, because her mother seemed super like, oh, my poor baby, how could this happen, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, DJ is like, you need to let me have this child. I have raised this child more than this woman has raised this child. And he was trying his hardest to get her, and because Diana, which is her mom, wasn't able to take her to Marcus's because she was afraid, she was in a poor mental state, like, she did just yeet this 6-year-old off a freaking cliff. Eclipse wasn't able to go to Marcus's for a full moon, and because of that, she was still really, really young and unable to deal with the full trauma of changing into a wolf during a full moon. Like, the magic high was way too much on her, and because her mom, like, didn't let her go where Marcus can, like, deal with her, like, Marcus knows how to deal with a wolf on a rampage. Like, that's his whole thing. That's why she goes to Marcus every full moon. Because her mom wouldn't let her go to Marcus, and her mom wouldn't listen to DJ, because DJ can also deal with Eclipse during a full moon. Like, she doesn't have to go to Marcus. Like, in reality, Eclipse actually could stay home as long as someone's there to make sure she doesn't hurt herself or hurt someone else. DJ can, in fact, actually get her restrained enough that she doesn't need to leave. but the problem is she doesn't trust herself to, so she normally just goes. And because she didn't get to go to Marcus, she had this full blast, and she's just there with a human who's afraid of her, who's her mom, and she was scared because Eclipse was in pain from, like, transforming. She was just a kid. So she ran to her mom, and she ended up tearing her mom into bits because her mom lashed out at her, and defensively Eclipse lashed back. So DJ came over the next morning to see how Eclipse had handled the moon and found her crying over her mom's dead body. So, if you've ever wondered why Eclipse thinks of herself as such a monster, it's because when she was 6 years old, she tore her mother to shreds. And, yeah, that's a thing that happened. Okay, so this was chapter 33. Alright. That's 2 covers done. Chapter 33. Yeah, I've never fully talked about that fact that Eclipse, like, actually, like, did that. Like, yeah. That's kind of, that's the real reason Eclipse is so hung up on being a monster. It's because she did that when she was a kid, even though everyone has told her, like, legit, there was nothing that, like, even Prometheus, who is, like, against monsters killing humans and vice versa after the monster hunts, they're on her side being like, well, you knew the precautions you needed to take to prevent this from happening. She ignored those warnings, so this isn't on you. Also, it's a child. So. Alright, so I need to do 34 next. Which chapter is 34? 34, so that was 33, so this is... Okay, so that one's done, that one's done. Let's see what this one. Oh, now I get to, the cover I get to draw next. It's finally the festival. You guys get to finally see the festival. Oh, you guys are gonna finally get to see Eclipse's festival dress. Oh, I have to find my references of her festival dress. Yeah, Eclipse was really, really young when that happens, but it still haunts her to this day. She was kind of okay with it for, like, after the whole thing with her mom, and, like, then she grew up with DJ and Connie, and they were very, very supportive of her. And... No, I don't have a bad thing with bio parents, I'm just... It's specifically these two. It's specifically these two I like to fuck over. I should state it's only in TLC that Eclipse has bad bio parents. It's only in TLC that she has bad bio parents. In Moon Guardian, Eclipse actually has really both her parents love her. Also, sorry, I like randomly went really quiet for a second. I got like, I really wanted to go make hard boiled eggs. So I went to go put them on because I have a little egg steamer. Oh yeah, Eclipse canonically in Moon Guardian had 11 moms, and she had her dad. Because her mom and her dad weren't a couple, but her mom was the chief of a wolf pack of all female wolves, and she had all of them as lovers. So Eclipse actually was raised by 11 moms. Like, Eclipse had a really good, like, her moms were really great, and then Rhaegus killed off her entire wolf pack. Yeah, pretty much Rhaegus is the biggest jerk. And I think what's funny is, like, Rhaegus, like, this is not his worst. Because he shows up in someone else's story, canonically, as, like, the biggest pain in the butt. If I'm quiet right now, it's just because I'm focusing, trying to make sure I get their outfits right, because I have them. I'm looking at my iPad while I'm drawing both of them. Um, let's not put Rue's ear too far back. dying Ren cut up a man like a goddamn paper snowflake ornament because he was hugging the Demon King. I think what's funnier is Regis didn't do that because he did not know that Ren was actually married to the Demon King. That's the best bit. Egg!
So you're using your egg cooker?
I am. Finally, I'm drawing the cover of their dance outfits, and you can barely see Eclipse's outfit in it.
There.
Oh, it's fine, but look at these two.
They're in love, officer.
Yeah. They don't know that yet, though.
They do. They're just also in denial.
Oh, want to see the other covers I've gotten sketched? Oop. Egg is done. Egg!
That's such an earpiece.
It sounds like a fire alarm.
It really does.
But it's not, it's just... egg. No, I just... What? Well, I wanted boiled eggs, but I also... What? Like, that was the whole point of this thing. The cold endeavor was because I want egg, but I had to boil the egg. He's good dad. Oh. But here's one cover.
Nice.
Hattie using
Look it up.
Hattie using him like a slide. Look at Wolf Mom being pretty in her bathing suit. Just look at that eel man. Look how content he is.
Of course he is.
I accidentally drew him too buff at first because I forgot this is an earlier chapter. Because I'm currently writing the chapters when he's gotten muscle mass on him now.
Yeah.
And then there's this one after Hattie's kidnapping. Look at the Nyakunan in the background. The owl police officer.
Yeah.
Oh, this is weird. These constraints are glowing.
Oh,
Yeah, pretty much, because Senna tied them up, so. But look how angry that wolf mom and, like, his body trying to transform. Like, his fingers are merging, his fangs are trying to, like, extend down.
His nose trying to yeet out of this mortal plane.
Yep, his hair darkening, Eclipse growling, Hattie unconscious. We were at the MILF line and everyone was dying laughing.
He's a milk officer.
I think it's funny because that line happens so many times. Like, it's gonna come up, and I think it's funny because Connie just point blank tells the child what it means.
Of course Connie would.
I can't remember which chapter he says it in.
Mom, I like the back. Look at that schmoz.
Yes? Tell me about the single dad are you?
Well, the alternative single dad. It's like multiple single dads. Put them together, you get definitely. But no, I was writing after, it's like a month after since she goes given to the Vatican.
Yeah.
And she's playing hide and seek. Where the fuck did you go?
As you do, as you do.
But it's, I was working on seeing a sip one morning. Anthony went to go get her for breakfast.
Yeah.
She didn't show up.
Yeah.
And Lucy's like, I haven't seen her. And he thinks it's weird because usually it's the chief so she's very punctual. Even for a 10-year-old.
Is she gonna throw this entire group into a panic? Vatican-wide search?
Yeah. Tony was panicked. Tony goes in. He expects to just find her asleep. She's not in there. Instead he finds discarded clothing because she hides.
Yeah.
There's clothing that she's hidden because it has tear stains on it. She doesn't want to get in trouble.
Aw.
So she hid them under a bed and he finds them. He's like, well, that's weird. Because he doesn't know. Like, they don't. No one's seen her cry, so they don't know.
Yeah.
That's really good. He also finds one of her first scrapbooks.
Aw.
But I decided that in the back of it, she has one picture that she's managed to hold on to
Oh yeah?
of her mom, and her dad.
Aw.
Anthony thinks it's a cute little... Because he doesn't expect it, because he's just looking through and it's like... There's things that she likes, like a bird, the sky, a cool rock. But then he finds there's one picture of... There's a picture of him, like there's a page that's a picture of him, Kaya, Lucy, the Pope.
Yeah.
And then on the very last page is the clearly very worn and torn photo.
Yeah.
It's been folded one too many times.
She's baby officer.
She is baby. There's also a picture of Kraft as a cat that has Meanie written under it with a little face.
Says what?
Meanie.
Is that what she named him?
Because he keeps ratting her out. And she doesn't realize that it's Kraft yet. She just thinks it's a cat. But she took his picture anyway.
I love her.
Singing. So it just has Meanie. With a little angry emoji written next to it.
That's hilarious, though. Tony looking right at it, knowing exactly who that is.
Ah! Oh, I can't think of who finds that. Oh, they find her in a crawl space.
Aw, she's baby officer.
It's because she had a nightmare.
Aw, she's baby officer.
So she went to hide.
As I said, officer, she's baby.
Yes. Kraft helps find her. But Kraft usually helps find her. I also decided Tony's the one that gives her the first pair of sunglasses.
Nice.
Because he's like, okay, let's go shopping.
Oh, is it the camping chapter he does it? Chat. Egg!
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 All hail egg.
All hail the egg.
Yeah, because I didn't realize that her eyes were so light sensitive.
Yeah.
Because it's also noted that she keeps the curtains in her room drawn,
Mm-hmm.
even though he will open them sometimes to let the sun in, but she always redraws them
Yeah.
because she doesn't like the light. He thinks she's doing it to be spiteful, but then he learns, oh no.
Oh no, just like that.
Yeah, because she ends up hiding in his cloak, like the trail of his shirt.
She's baby officer.
Because I decided that they get her when she's 10.
Good. More time for bonding.
More time for bonding. And more baby. More time to be baby.
She's always baby officer. I don't make the rules. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. She's always baby.
Yes. Yeah, no, they try to go shopping and she just immediately clung to them because it was bright and sunny. Because
Aww.
usually she'll only go outside if it's a dreary day.
Yeah.
They just thought she was being dramatic.
Nope.
They didn't quite pick up on me, you know, it just hurts her eyes on sunny days. Don't worry, Tommy picks up on it.
Well, I mean, Kaya's also light sensitive, so they probably know the symptoms of light sensitivity.
Yeah.
I want you to know earlier Joey had to get up on my craft table.
Of course he did. Why
He
wouldn't
thought he was so slick, and I was like, no, get your lard ass off of there.
What are you doing, honey?
Making her way downtown, waddling fast, faces past, and she's... Cat! There's an entire cushion.
She wants to cuddle.
Do you want to get behind... no, you want the pillow. You're so needy.
I
Needy.
think she was trying to get behind you.
Well, now she can have the pillow. Are you still trying to get behind me, Cat?
The answer is yes.
God spelled backwards as egg. Changed my mind.
How are you spelling dog?
Hi, honey.
Oh my god. I need your whole couch.
I want you guys to know I'm sitting on my living room couch. I'm on one of the end cushions, like... I'm on the egg cushion. I'm on one of the egg cushions. I'm on one of the egg. I'm on one of the end cushions over by the arm of the couch. Spud is sitting up on the arm of the couch. That's how we're talking. There's 2 other cushions on the couch. Like, it's a pull-out couch. It's a big couch. Waddles, my little old lady cat, instead of, like, there's a pillow on the middle cushion, and normally she'll sleep on the pillow of the middle cushion. But instead, she just had to crawl up behind... She had me move all of my stuff off of the pillow, moved all my yarn, because I was working on a bumblebee for Spud. And Waddles had to get up on the cushion, and then she had to push my stuff, and now she's laying right pressed against me. Content as a clam.
Oh, she blissed out.
I can feel her
She
vibrating.
blissed.
I can feel her vibrating as she purrs.
Blissed. Honey, blissed. Shouldn't be so sad when you get up.
I know.
But yeah, they're babies.
I want you to know Kraft purposely designed this dress to accentuate.
Of course. It's Kraft. He knows what's up.
Kraft looking at these 2, I want them to confess or something.
Come on! Instead he just gets tattered clothing.
Yep, he gets ruined clothing.
Kraft, are you shitting me?
Kraft. I don't know where this went wrong. Meanwhile, Cat.
Happy.
She's so happy. Come on.
Hands are weird, yeah.
Hands are weird.
Especially when dancing, hands are weird. Men's hands are weird.
Yeah. I mean, look at the one on the waist.
It's broken, I know it's not, but goddamn.
Yeah. Pretty much.
So yeah, no, I wanted to come share that with you with their babies.
I love them, and they are babies. I don't make the rules.
Also, instead of tying up, they just get a jigsaw puzzles.
Yes.
And she's determined enough that she'll finish them.
She's a good girl. But what you know, he gets frilly cuffs.
Of course.
Kraft designed it.
Of course.
Kraft looking at Senna's old clothing. Yeah, I got this.
What is that supposed to mean?
Also, he has a cape.
Clearly Edna was not here.
Nope, Kraft was.
Okay.
Kraft, I'm gonna make you a Prince Charming.
It's about the drama.
Pretty much. Well, Kraft also knows Rue is an actual prince.
Yeah.
So he was playing with that.
As one does.
Okay. Can you turn the sink off for me? Please?
Because I love you.
Yes. Egg. Egg, egg, egg. Mouse! Oh, Jesus Christ, Mousy Mouse. You know how I can figure out which chapter he says the MILF comment Connie does? I can just Google the word MILF in my Google Docs. MILF. And see which one it is. Call to the Dead apparently has the word in it. Kat, are you comfortable? Alright, it was right before her birthday. Here, yeah, okay, you were right, Mouse. It is the it is the camping chapter that Conrad made the comment. Aye, aye. Conrad opened the door. What is it, my wee lassie? He laughed as she hugged him. She giggled. Mom says we're going camping. Can you feed the cats? A what? He blinked. Camping? Out of the blue? I want to go swimming, but Mom says the ocean's dangerous right now, so we're going to go camping at the lake. What about the beanpole? He raised a brow as he crossed his arms. He's coming with us. Easy now. Conrad frowned. Has he made your mum cry? Huh? Hattie blinked as she shook her head. No, he actually tries to keep her from crying. He even helped when I was crying, she laughed. Grandpa, do you think you'd go to the dance with me? Conrad stared. What? You don't want your gramps? He chuckled. I'm wounded. I love you, but... She frowned. It'll be good, she grinned. I'm just gonna think of the best way to ask him. He dances with Mom. Aye, they dance well together. I saw Kraft's video. Shame your grandpa and I had to go to work. He frowned. But sometimes you need to be reminded. It was so great, she beamed. That's why I wanted to dance with me. Plus, it showed Maureen that he's not just with Mom because she's a MILF. Conrad snorted. Do not use that term, lassie, he cackled. Oh, that is ripe. Maureen used it, and everyone keeps saying it's bad. She puffed her cheek up annoyed. I don't get it. Lassie, that term means, Mother, I'd like to do the naughty adult times, he explained as she paled. Ew, that's so gross! She covered her mouth in shock. Aye, that's why you shouldn't use it, he chuckled. But yes, I'll feed you cats. He stroked his beard. I suppose you're camping through your birthday? No, I think just a few days. I didn't ask, she huffed. Tomorrow and the weekend, I have school on Monday. You have school tomorrow, he pointed out as she folded her arms behind her head with a big smug smile. Mom says I can skip. It's gonna be fun, she laughed. We haven't gone since last spring festival. Aye, you did last year. Well, I hope you have fun, lassie. Ask your mom to get me a deer if you're going out. It's not hunting season, Hattie frowned. Aye, he laughed as she gave him another hug before running back home. She laughed as her mom threw a duffel bag out the back door, nearly hitting her. Grandpa said he'd feed them, she ducked as her mom threw another bag. Good! Eclipse stacked a few boxes on the table. Dinner's almost done, Snatcher commented as he chucked the fish. We talked it over. We're gonna grab a cooler and stop by the store and stock up, then go. I want s'mores! Hattie asked as her mother groaned. S'mores? What's a s'more? Snatcher tilted his head. It's graham crackers, toasted marshmallows, and chocolate, she grinned. She looked at him. It's sticky, sweet, and good. He looked at Eclipse with expectant golden eyes. She whined as she got hit by both the merman and her child's stare of expectancy. She sighed and looked at them pouting. I don't like the chocolate smell, she whined. She looked at Snatcher with wide eyes. Are you really that excited? Please, Hattie begged. Mom, are you going to deny him a new chance? We'll eat it away from you, Snatcher offered. I really want to try it. I like chocolate. Eclipse sighed as they double-teamed her. She hung her head. Fine, we can get stuff for s'mores. Yes! Hattie gave Snatcher a high five as he grinned. Fish is burning. Pack! Actually, Mouse, responding to your thing on Discord, if you want to think about Kraft as a cat, think of Gigi from Kiki's Delivery Service. That's more of what Kraft looks like when he takes a cat form. Like, Kraft as a cat. Like, just very lengthy kitty. I'll go slower next time. Got that cover sketched. Chapter 34. Alright, so we have 32, 33, 34. And 35. Alright, so Brain Dance goes into... Oh, I get to draw one of the drunk covers next. Oh, I gotta figure out what to draw. Ah, shit, this is one of my favorite chapters. Now I gotta think of what to actually draw for it. Like, what shit-faced merman pip do I draw? Alright, alright. I have an idea. How about I read this chapter out? I'll read it slowly and you guys can help me decide which part is gonna be the cover. How's that sound? Does that sound like a good idea? Respond in chat if you think that's a good idea. I'm gonna go check my eggs. Also, for context on the eggs, I'm gonna pickle eggs, so I needed to make a crap ton of eggs. Alright, so I'll read the chapter out, and then you guys can help me decide on what's gonna get the illustration. Alright. Well. Come on, flip. Let me open up the chapter on my iPad so that I can read it out for you lovely folks. And then we can figure out what is going to be the cover. See, Mouse beta reads, so she's seen these chapters before. That's why she's actually helped pick some covers. So let me open up Drunk Snatcher. This chapter I wrote this chapter so long ago. Well, not really so long ago, but this is the chapter that I drank alcohol for to get the experience, and I am full of regret from that one still. God, that was one of the worst experiences ever. Alright, Drunken Eel, also known as Chapter 35. Where on earth did you get this? Snatcher rolled the bottle of wine in his hands as he read the label. Seriously, I may not have drunk much as a prince, but I know this isn't something easy to get. Isn't this one of the harder to contact wineries? Eclipse looked at the bottle. Oh, Connie and DJ got that for my birthday last year, she admitted with a small shrug. If you like, we can open it. I'm not a huge drinker, so normally just cook with it. You've been cooking? With this? He asked, almost offended, and held the bottle to his chest. While I appreciate quality ingredients, that's just... He gasped before he started to laugh. She laughed loudly in return. It's unopened. As I said. Can you tolerate it? She teased. I'll have you know I have one of the strongest tolerances. She puffed her chest proudly. It takes gallons to get me even a little buzzed. She gave a large grin as she chuckled. He stared at her as he began to laugh. I doubt that. I've seen you at my brother's, he sneered. He headed towards the cabinet to get a few glasses down. He opened the drawer of the kitchen utensils to rummage around. Do we not have a corkscrew? He furrowed his brow, confused as he looked inside. He set the bottle on the counter as he rummaged. Hand it over. She held her hand out. He handed the bottle over confused and flinched when she just jabbed her sharpened nail into it and popped the cork right out. Corkscrew isn't really needed when my nails are tough as steel, she winked. That can't be healthy. He chuckled and took the bottle back to pour it into the glasses. He swirled it around a bit as he looked at the color. It's such a lovely color. Funny to think it's just grape juice that's a little old. Well, she took her glass. There's more to it, but I guess the base it's true. Don't say that to Connie, though. That man takes alcohol seriously. If he heard that comment, you'd have a knife in every joint. She brought her glass to her lips to sip on it. I think it's a little bitter, honestly. I'm more of a sweets person. It is a little on the bitter side, he admitted as he sipped on it with a big grin. But I like it. Better than some things I've had. Like that bug juice the kid drinks. He shuddered, recalling the neon-colored liquid. It's just sugar water. Eclipse laughed as she drank. Personally, if we're going to talk alcoholic drinks, I like a good homemade mead, she admitted. Conrad makes a wonderful honey mead. She licked her lips, thinking of it. I should ask if he has any. She held her glass with both hands as she leaned back on the counter. Mead, huh? He set his glass down. If he does, I'd love to have some. Now that I did drink an awful lot of. Granted. He turned a little red as he rubbed his neck. Never more than a glass or two. Eclipse stared at him with a smirk. Are you telling me you're a bit of a lightweight? I am not. He snapped and filled his glass again, sipping on it angrily. I just got tired easily back then. I was running around all the time with my lessons and royal duties. He huffed as he looked away from her. She rolled her eyes and grabbed the bottle. Right. She giggled as she sipped on it. She stuck her tongue out. If you want, we can go ask Dad if he has the mead, instead of just drinking this whole bottle. He may have some whiskey or something as well. Moonshine. I know he has moonshine. Why does that not surprise me? Snatcher laughed loudly. Well, why not risk it? Enjoy the fact that Kiddo's at Beau's for the night. Exactly, Eclipse chirped as she grabbed the pen cup. Have you seen my spare hat tie? She asked as she rummaged in it. Oh, here. He reached to pull his ponytail out. Sorry, I couldn't find where my ties were this morning. She took it and pulled her hair up into a high and fluffy ponytail. We should get some more. You've snapped quite a few lately. I'm sorry, it's raining a lot. He sighed and brushed his bangs back as he flushed. He picked his glass up to finish the wine with a frown. Eclipse noticed his expression with a cheeky grin. She grabbed a pen and wrote on the shopping list before walking to the back door. Well then, shall we? Right, he laughed, setting his glass on the counter and followed after her. He was a little red in the face as they headed up the hill. He looked at the ocean as the wind blew his hair into his face. Is it going to storm? He squinted at the clouds and hurried up after her. Yeah, I think so, she confirmed. I'd give it, maybe 20 minutes? She looked at the sky as she jumped over the fence in a single leap. Snatcher climbed over it and dusted his pants off as they headed down the stone pathway. I'm coming in! You better not be having weird sex again, Eclipse shouted into the house as she opened the door. Dad? Pappy? She called. In the living room, darling, DJ called out. Connie's in the basement working on a personal project. Oh, she sniffed the air curiously. Ah, I see. Snatcher followed her into the living room. He tensed seeing the large man just spread out on the couch. He looked away ashamed for staring at the tattoos and scars across his skin. I see you brought your friend, he deadpanned before he leaned back on the couch with a loud laugh. Pappy, we are not doing this again, she sighed as she sat on the couch arm. Does Dad have any mead right now? We're going to have a drinking night. DJ raised an eyebrow. You? A drinking night? Are you just teasing him? He piss you off? He snickered, staring at the already red-faced Leviathan. He looks almost at limit already. We've only had 2 glasses of wine each, she rolled her eyes, and I can have a drinking night. I just don't get drunk. She gave a cheeky grin. Well, you have to add a little something to get drunk, darling. He sighed and got off the couch with a groan. I'll go ask if he has anything. I think he was brewing something a few weeks ago after a stint in the jailhouse. He sighed heavily. You'd think he'd learn his lesson, but nope, right back on the drinking thing. I get it. Honestly, I do. But I swear at the moon, if he goes to jail again for the Moon Festival, I'm gonna castrate him. He headed towards the cellar. You wait here. I'll be right back. He looked at Snatcher and snickered. I think I'll give you some nice fireball as well. I want to know how he likes that. He'll probably enjoy it. Eclipse crinkled her nose. Ugh, strong. Fireball? Like a magic spell? Snatcher scowled in thought. Eclipse laughed. No, it's whiskey. Cinnamon. As she watched her dad vanish downstairs, she headed into the kitchen. Come here. He looked at the cellar door before following after her. He leaned on the fridge as she rummaged in the counter. She grabbed a bottle of amber liquid out with a dancing devil on the label. Ta-da! She laughed. She set it down to find him a glass. You're making me drink alone? He teased as she poured him a shot. I just like Fireball, so in this case, yes, she giggled. He frowned and took the glass in his hand. Why is it such a small cup? Trust me, it's better this way. She leaned on the counter in anticipation. All right, drink it in one go. Don't sip it, she instructed with a stern look. He looked at the glass curiously. He sniffed it and winced a bit as he moved it to his lips and, per her instruction, drank the entire glass in one go. He flinched, tensing up as he coughed. He tried to swallow, but his throat tightened as he tried to force the liquid down. He sputtered, trying to not spit it out, and forced it down as he wheezed. His eyes watered as he leaned on the counter and grinned. His fangs stuck out as he laughed. That burns! He coughed and hacked as drool dripped down his chin from the experience. Eclipse laughed loudly as she heard her dad's heading up the stairs, Conrad laughing loudly. They walked into the kitchen to see the empty shot glass and the laughing merman. Conrad took one look and burst out into a loud cackle. So the laddie is a featherweight. Can't say I'm shocked. Conrad chuckled, wiping his hands on his apron as he huffed proudly. He pulled his hair back as he pushed the taller man aside. Move it, laddie. Daddy needs to get to his liquor. Snatcher blinked in shock. Wait, you actually have 2 eyes? He squinted at the shorter man. I'll be honest, I really thought you plain didn't have an eye on the right. I am blind on that side, so I tend to cover it. It's glass. He shrugged as he rummaged around. So you want some of my homebrew? I got some nice, strong blackberry moonshine, too. He pulled out some bottles from the far back and set them up on the counter. Oh, do you? Eclipse grinned, grabbing one to roll around in her hands. I didn't think you did any fruit batches this year. We'll take some if you have it. She gave a huge lopsided grin. I love fruit stuff. She looked at Snatcher, who seemed a little redder, a stupid grin on his face. She snorted, "You are a lightweight! 2 glasses of wine and a shot of Fireball, and your face is red as a tomato." "I am not a lightweight," he huffed as he put his hands on his hips. "It's just a little hot in here is all." "It's freezing!" Eclipse laughed loudly as she took the bottles. "I'll make sure we bring the containers back." And so the drunk noodle begins. You are correct, Mouse. You are correct. DJ laughed. "If he gets too drunk, we can throw him in the ocean." Snatcher and Eclipse both tensed up at the thought of that occurring. "No, we won't go that far," she laughed as she shifted the bottles. "I'll hunt you something nice as thanks." "I can help too," Snatcher offered as he leaned on her head. "I bet I can get them something good. Something they don't have often." He grinned. "Actually, that's not a bad idea," she chirped and grabbed his hand. He felt his face grow warmer. "Love you guys. Have fun tonight. Dad, don't go too hard on your project." She laughed. "Bye-bye." Snatcher waved as he was dragged out the kitchen doorway towards the fence. He stared at it as he climbed over it, pant-leg catching as he fell into the grass with a thud. "Oh my moon, you really are a lightweight." Eclipse helped him up as he scowled at her. "I am not," he insisted. "I'm gonna prove it to you." He took one of the bottles in his hand cheekily and ran ahead of her. "Let's go before the rain." He stared at the sky angrily and pointed at it. "Don't you kill my buzz," he shouted at the clouds. The werewolf laughed loudly, running after him. As they stepped inside the house, the sky opened up. She sighed. "Well, I guess it's a good thing we're planning on staying in." She giggled and set the bottles on the counter. "So, what's this one again?" He played with the mason jar of moonshine, twirling it to watch the contents shift. "Blackberry moonshine. I like it, mostly because of the blackberries. He's also done a strawberry one, which wasn't as good. However, if you dislike the Fireball, you're really gonna hate it. It's super burny, like pure fire in the mouth. I like the fruit ones for that reason, but not much," she admitted as she pulled out 2 large steins. "Here we go." He gulped. "That's for the mead, right?" "Yep," she sang as she grabbed the largest bottle and popped the cap with a hiss. "Oh!" She laughed and poured it into the cups. She held them up and handed one over to him. "Enjoy!" He took the glass and had to use his other hand to help hold up the heavy glass. "You really filled it, huh?" "I'm sorry I'm not some pretty little maiden filling your goblet, sire." She sipped on hers with a cheeky grin. He frowned and began to drink it, trying to beat her in how fast the cup would empty. He gasped as he slammed it on the counter. "See? I told you! I'm not!" He slurred as he wiped at his mouth, completely red in the face. "I'm not a lightweight." He grinned as wide as his mouth allowed. She stared in shock and began to give a barking laugh. "Oh my moon! I'm..." She laughed loudly as he frowned. "Why is you laughing at me so much?" he asked as he leaned in her face. "Stop laughing at me," he huffed. "It's not funny, it's just a drink." "Oh my god, Snatcher, can you hear yourself?" She giggled and pushed on his face. He leaned into her hand and flopped on her shoulder. She kept laughing. "Do you want more, or..." "Yes!" He grinned widely. "It's good!" He grinned again as he grabbed his cup, nearly falling backwards as his legs tangled up. "Stupid limbs!" He grabbed the counter for support. He winced as he stuck his tongue out, a tear forming in his eyes. "Ow, ow, ow, I bit my tongue." He flicked the end of it as he scowled. "I have an idea." She set her cup down and got behind him, pushing towards the living room. He leaned back on her. "What's you doing?" "I thought we was drinking," he huffed. "Eclipse!" He whined as she guided him to the couch and sat him down. She headed back to the kitchen and handed him a refilled glass. "Oh, just moving locations," he mumbled as he sipped on it, slower this time. "I like this stuff Connie made. I want to know how to make it." He giggled a bit as he frowned. "Eclipse," he mumbled. "Do you think I've been doing okay?" "I mean, I'm just..." He sighed as he began to tear up. "I was a prince, then a noodle in the ocean. I ate people! I ate raw fish!" He cried, tears spilling into his drink. "What if I have to go back to the ocean forever? I don't want to. I'm having fun with you and Hattie. I ruined the festival. He started to hiccup as he cried. She stared as his mood did a 180. She sighed and shifted on the couch so she was kneeling on the cushion. She reached and turned his face towards her, using her thumbs to try and wipe the copious amounts of tears. She couldn't help but laugh at how much he resembled his crybaby brother as he wept. "You won't have to go back to the ocean. Even if you do, so what?" She shrugged with a sigh. "Hattie loved you then. She'll love you still." She smirked. "Though I can't say much how you'll do other things, but I think that's nothing to worry about." "I abandoned everything. I left Marcus." Oh, hold on, guys. I gotta go stop the egg cooker. Alright. That's been dealt with. Alright, where was I? I know, the egg cutting right into Rue's drunken ramble. Aurelius. Alright, where was I? "I abandoned everything. I left Marcus, Estelle, a mother, father." He cried and leaned into her chest. She jumped at his warm face against her and laughed. She brushed his hair back. "But you came back for Marcus, and from what I understand, your father was a bit of an asshole." She rolled her eyes thinking of the man who killed 1,000 monsters. "He was the biggest asshole!" Snatcher jolted back angrily. "Oh my God, was he an asshole!" He set his cup on the coffee table to ruffle his hair. "Aurelius, do this! Aurelius, you need to stand taller! Aurelius, why aren't you listening?" He fumed, not even realizing he was using his own name. "And then he gave me so much shit for bringing Vanessa home! Aurelius, what is this tramp you've brought to my kingdom? Do you dare shame me?" He fumed and hugged his head. "Asshole! Burn in hell!" Eclipse couldn't help but laugh at his outburst. "Let it out. Sounds like you have some pent-up emotions there. Aurelius." She sounded his name out. So, it was Aurelius. He whipped his head around to look at her with wide eyes. "Don't you say it!" He frowned and moved to push her down. "Don't you dare say my name!" He huffed as he leaned over her. "I'm not Aurelius anymore!" He frowned. "I'm the Subcon Snatcher!" He laughed and flopped on top of her. She laughed. "I know this, you overgrown and currently over-emotional sea noodle." She pushed him up, hands against his chest. He hung limply as he stared at her, pouting. "Oh, what's wrong now?" She smirked. "Why are you always so nice?" he asked softly, moving his hands to cover his reddened face. "I'm as big of an asshole as my father, but you're trying so hard." She blinked and stared at him, debating her words. She smiled softly and shifted to sit up, helping him back to his seat. "Well, I just don't think you mean harm." "I did at first, but—" She leaned on him. He felt the blood rush to his face as well as other things as he accidentally looked down her tank top. He crossed his legs and grabbed his cup to sip and distract himself. "But—" he asked. "You've shown me otherwise." She grinned and got up. She grabbed her empty cup and brushed her hair back. "With both Hattie and myself. With her, you've given her something I should have given her years ago, and you've been helping me with issues I long since gave up solving." She spoke softly, her own face taking a red tone. "I've known you since August. It's December, and I wouldn't change knowing you for anything." She gave a laugh. "And the more we have these little one-on-ones, I feel like I've known you a long time. More so when you open up, Mr. Subcon Snatcher," she teased. He huffed as he leaned back on the couch. He closed his eyes tiredly. He watched as she headed into the kitchen. He looked through the arch and leaned on his arm, sipping his drink. "Hey, Eclipse!" he called out. "Yes?" she asked as she washed her cup, grabbing a smaller one to pour a glass of the moonshine. "I love you!" He grinned cheekily. "I love you so much!" Moonshine spilled all over the floor and counter as blood dripped off her hand, the glass shards sticking in her hand as she was bright red. She pulled them out, wincing. "Are you okay?" He called out and tried to get up, but fell on his face. "I'm fine. My hand slipped." She gasped as she scurried to clean it up, her cuts trying to heal around the glass. She ran water over her hand and pulled the last bits out as it healed. She sighed and headed to grab a few towels and threw them down. She sighed sadly. "I really wanted to drink that," she lamented, wiping it up. She saw the merman as he laid on the floor, halfway in the kitchen, halfway in the living room, face down. She laughed. She walked over to help him up. He leaned on her tiredly. "I think I met my limit," he admitted finally. "I think you hit your limit a few drinks ago, like at my dad's house." She sat him on the couch to lay down. He grabbed her hand and pulled her back, pulling her to his chest. "Don't leave," he asked quietly. "If you're here, I don't dream about the ocean." He choked on tears as he buried his face in her hair. "I don't want to dream of the ocean. It's dark and pressing, and I feel so alone." She sighed as she shifted in his grasp and put her warm hands on his cheeks. "All right, Mr. Drunken Noodle, I'll stay here." She smiled softly as she felt him doze off. She sighed as she laid in his grip, her face warm. She leaned her head against him as she shut her eyes. He was just drunk, she laughed, an emotional drunk. "Well, now you can't mock me on wolfsbane," she teased the sleeping merman and poked his nose lightly with her finger. She shifted and wrapped her arms around his neck so she wasn't laying on them and gave another sigh. She couldn't wait to rub this in his face in the morning. She listened as the rain continued outside, gently hitting the roof, his breathing soft. She shifted once more and brushed his hair from his face. When he wasn't scowling, he really did have a pretty face. She could see why he had the Prince Perfect nickname. She ran a finger down his nose and smiled. She wondered if they had met on different terms, how they'd become friends. Well, acquaintances. She snickered. She wouldn't call them friends. Maybe. She frowned a little as she looked at his face more. Maybe it was just the way she was against him, and the lighting in the living room. But he reminded her of Hattie's sleeping face. She shook her head and closed her eyes. "Good night, Aurelius," she whispered as she dozed off to the sound of rain, wrapped up in his arms. Ugh. He laid his head on the table. He gripped the coffee mug. His head was pounding. "I'm never letting you talk me into drinking again," he grumbled as Eclipse set a plate of eggs in front of him with a side of bacon. "I didn't talk you into anything." She set her food down as she grabbed her iPad to scroll the news feed. She chewed on her fork as she thought of the night before. "You chose to do that, lightweight." She snickered. He turned red as he shoved food in his mouth, scowling. He squinted at the lights and got up, turning them off. She watched and laughed. He winced again. "Sensitive?" she teased as she chewed on her not-even-cooked bacon. He frowned and grabbed her plate from her. "Hey!" she snapped. "Honestly, how many times do I need to tell you cook your damn food?" He frowned and set it down by the stove and threw the bacon into the still-hot pan. She pouted as she leaned in her chair, stealing a piece from his abandoned plate. "Honestly, you can drop it," she snickered. "I can eat raw meat just fine." "You shouldn't. It's not safe." He winced from his own yelling. He frowned as he tried to calm down. He held his hand in front of his face with a scowl. "Look what you've done!" he hissed, showing his sharpened fingertips in the light purple coloration. "Calm down." She rolled her eyes and got up. She got a glass from the cabinet and filled it with water, handing it to him. "Stress out later, you're just hungover." Ugh, I hate this. Is that the term for this? He took it and drained the glass. He set it down as he pulled her bacon from the pan, returning her plate to her. He stole a piece from her plate to replace what she stole off of his. He sat back down as she gave him another glass of water and 2 little elongated white pills. "What are these?" he asked, holding them in his hand. "Headache medication. Take it." She sat down and started eating again. She chewed on the cooked bacon with a light pout. "Put it in your mouth and take a drink of water to swallow it." He looked at it with a shudder. "Just in? Nothing added? No tree sap?" "What?" She blinked and snickered. "No, just in the mouth, and use the water to help swallow it." He took a deep breath as he shoved them in his mouth and quickly drank water to ease it down. He choked a bit and stuck his tongue out as he panted. "Should start working in 15 to 30 minutes. She smiled. "I'll get you a cold compress, too." "Thank you." He rubbed the bridge of his nose tiredly. "Gods, I don't even remember last night. How much do we have? Huh? She frowned as she chewed. 2 glasses of wine, you had a shot of Fireball, and you had about 2.5 glasses of my dad's homemade mead? I had roughly the same, but when I finished my 3rd glass of mead, and I didn't drink the Fireball. You were crying so much. I wasn't. I shouldn't. He fretted and heard a pop. He winced as he took a deep breath. He looked at his fused hand and slammed his head into the table. I don't know what's worse, a full sudden transformation or these stress-induced slow ones. She laughed as she put her plate in the sink. Finish eating, you can go cool off in the ocean. Yeah, though I'd prefer to just lie down on the couch, somewhere dark. He chewed on his eggs as he grumbled. He frowned. Did I say anything weird last night? Nothing weirder than your normal teasing. She shrugged and turned a little red as she washed the dishes. As I said, you cried a lot. You don't want to live in the ocean forever. Just stuff. She gave a sly smirk. And I got a nice little bit of information as well. She grinned maliciously. He paled. He felt his fins poking out of his spine. What did I say? He demanded. Don't break my kitchen, Prince Aurelius. She teased him. He turned bright red as he stood up. Don't say my name. He gasped as he bit his tongue. His clothing was tight. He scowled and took his shirt off and undid his belt. I'm going to the dock. You put your swimsuit on. We're not done. She frowned as she crossed her arms. Calm down. No, that man is dead. He snarled and winced at the pain. He felt his mouth rip on the sides as his fangs grew down. He ruffled his hair as he bent down a bit to head out towards the dock. He waved a hand. Dock, 5 minutes. She sighed and brushed her hair back. She played with the tips as she put the dishes in the drying rack. Just a drunken idiot. She grumbled and went to go change. She pulled her tank top and shorts off, stripping down in the living room. She stopped in the mirror to pull her hair up out of her face. She frowned at the length. I need to chop it. I hate it. Look at you, moron, stupid wolf. She grumbled as she undid her bra, hand running over the large claw marks on her chest. She sighed heavily and pulled the one-piece black swimsuit on and her shorts over the bottom. She headed out towards the dock with a frown. The merman was already leaning on the end, wincing from the sunlight. She squinted as gray cloud coverage was rolling in. Is it safe for me to be out here if the rain comes? It's fine. He laid his face on the dock with a grumble. Come here. We're going to the cove. She tensed up. The cove? She stared out at the water with panicked eyes. Snatcher, I can't. She gasped as she stepped back on the dock. He reached and put a hand behind her. Calm down. Your shouting is hurting my head. He scowled and gently pulled her closer. He pushed his cheek against her as he grumbled. Just hold on to my shoulder. I'm carrying you, not making you swim. You won't drown. Promise. He let go to hold his giant pinky finger to her with a frown. But I want to go somewhere dark, and we need to talk. She stepped back, considering her options to run. She looked at him and frowned. Okay. She sat on the dock's edge and fell into the water. She tensed up with the lack of security under her feet, but the Leviathan shifted under her. She gripped to his scales, tightly holding on. She was shaking horribly. Please don't let me go, she whimpered. Her claws dug into his scales as he winced. I won't. Also, you really need to cut your damn nails. He began to swim, slower than he normally went. The two drifted in silence as a few minions joined them, swimming alongside, staring at the frightened woman as she clung tightly to his shoulder. So, I told you my name last night, huh? He spoke lowly as he shifted, using his hand to move her to the top of his chest as he swam backwards. You did. Mostly in ranting about your father. She frowned. Why are you so angry I used it? He's the idiot prince who cursed his kingdom to fall. He sighed, closing his eyes and drifting in the water, arms outstretched. An idiot prince just like the fairy tale he comes from. She blinked, confused. Huh? I mean, sure, you're an idiot, but why say it like that? He covered his face in his hands. Don't tell the kid, but I really, really don't think I'm a great guy, he lamented. Oh, no shit. She snickered as she sat on his chest. She ran a hand over his scales and caught her own reflection. I can understand the sentiment, though. But you're still trying, and I think that means a lot. Aurelius. She said his name with a light giggle. You said fairy tale, right? She tilted her head. You aren't talking about the Shades Witch, are you? I am. He looked at her with a scowl. She pointed at herself with a snicker. What are the odds, then? What do you mean? I'm named after the witch, Eclipse. However, we changed my name around after my mom died, so that's why I have such an odd name, she explained, because I was born with heterochromatic eyes like she had. She leaned back on him with a sigh. But I'm far worse than a witch. She looked at her claws with a scowl. My illness is... I'd take being a witch who dies helping someone than a curse that kills, she grumbled. Kills? He asked curiously. She sighed. I'd rather not get into it if that's all right. She mumbled and moved to lay on her stomach, looking at his face as she folded her arms under her chin. She looked at the water and shuddered, burying her face against his scaled chest. She flinched when he placed a hand over the top of her. I'm not going to fling you into the water, he chuckled as he floated. My headache is fading, thank gods. I wonder if it's your Leviathan form or the medication, she mused, shifting to lean on a hand. She frowned, biting her lip. So, what exactly is it we need to talk about? You had to trap me? My name. Please, don't use it, he sighed. I'm not Aurelius anymore. I don't think I've been him in nearly 200 years. I'm the Subcon Snatcher. You said that last night, too. Rawr! She teased as she watched him glow yellow, embarrassed. What exactly did I do last night while drunk? He hissed. He grabbed her, causing her to squeak as he moved to be sitting in the water, setting her on his shoulder. Hold on. She gripped at his hair timidly as he lowered in the water. She shook enough he felt her nervousness and slowed down his swimming. She watched a boat in the distance and frowned. She clenched the merman's arm as she bit her lip. What do we do? She asked softly. Hold on. I'm gonna try to swim so they don't see us. He mumbled as softly as he could. He frowned, seeing her shake, and his expression softened. He thought of how the kid bumped his face and moved to nuzzle her gently. It'll be okay. She felt her face grow warm inside as she nuzzled back. I'm trusting you. Right now. I can only trust you. She whispered softly, voice cracking as tears began to drip. Oh, I'm sorry. She sniffled. I want to get out of the water. Give me a moment. We're almost there. He smiled softly as he swam away from the boat. He kept a hand up to his shoulder as he used his tail to propel them, making sure to keep his shoulder up, while trying to keep a low profile, and swam into the cove. He set her on the big rock and pulled up, tail trailing in the water as she collapsed, sitting there. He frowned as the tears continued to fall down her cheeks, and she shuddered with her sobs. He wrapped his arms around her and put his face gently against her. She whimpered and pressed against him tiredly. Can we wait a while before we go back? Yeah, sorry, It's me. I'm sorry. I know. Hattie loves the water. She squeezed her eyes tightly as she shuddered. She looked at the cliff and gulped before closing her eyes and shaking her head. Sorry. I'm the one who forced you out. He sighed as he rested his cheek on the rock. He frowned and sighed again. I'm sorry. We're both sorry. She laughed and he felt his stomach roll. He looked at her and smiled softly. He gave a sigh and bumped against her, making her laugh. Stop! She laughed as he continued to nuzzle her. Better than you crying, he cackled as she pushed on him. He grinned as he moved to lean on his arm. Right. When I was younger, we used to have a gift exchange for the solstice. Do we still do that? He felt his face grow warm and blamed the sunlight that had filtered through the gray clouds. We do, she grinned. That's part of the moon festival. She smiled as she leaned against his arm and closed her eyes with a yawn. You exchanged gifts with loved ones. Some decorate trees. She chewed her lip. Senna mentioned you danced for it, he recalled. Is it a public festival? She shook her head with a frown. The dance I do is not seen by anyone. It's a dance of guidance? She frowned. Tradition from my bloodline. She put a hand to her chest. Besides my curse, I have certain duties I need to uphold. The festival is the main one. Checking on your brother is the other. Your family is meant to keep an eye on Marcus? He blinked, confused. She nodded as she played with her hair. For generations, we make sure he's not alone. In return, he helps us during our curse fits. We also gather items for him. She grinned cheekily. But I don't do it often. I can't with Hattie, and it's dangerous. She sighed again and closed her eyes. If I fell asleep, I'll be right here. He grinned and curled up beside her, leaving his tail mostly in the water so he'd not dry off. I'm tired, too. She nestled up against his face as he rested his chin on the rock. He felt his heart racing as she gently placed a hand on his cheek and curled up. He waited for her breathing to even out, and she fell asleep. With him, surrounded by water. His heart was pounding as he looked at her and smiled. He paused. No, 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 I am not. He scowled, cursing him. He was not going to entertain those thoughts that crossed his mind. Not at all. He looked at the sleeping woman, and his mouth went dry as he looked at her and sighed. Sticking his tongue out, he closed his eyes. He was just tired. That's why his heart was beating so fast. It wasn't because of her. It wasn't. That's what he told himself. That's what that chapter is. That's the Drunken Snatcher chapter that I love. Now y'all know Drunken Snatcher. So, if you guys have any suggestions on what part of that chapter should be the cover, let me know. Snatcher rant for the cover? I can do Snatcher's rant. Alright, it looks like we're gonna get a ranting Snatcher. he's sitting to one side. Tablet, turn back on. Come on. I know you fell asleep because I was doing things. Connect! Connect! Come on! Connect already, you were connected earlier. Drunk Snatcher is one of my favorite things to write because he's just so stupid. Because I just write him as the most emotional guy I can. Because it's like normally when I write him, I make him like just like, oh no, I can't do that. And then when he's drunk, I can just go ham. Tablet. Let's try. Tablet. Alright, there we go. Took you a second, huh? Oh, you're gonna do this. Come on. Come on. Connect. Would you connect? Alright. Let's try this. Come on. Wacom, can you just work? Come on, tablet. Come on, you were just connected. I have to draw a drunk snatcher. Me as I play 52 pickup with trying to get my tablet driver to work. Come on. Come on. Connect. Yes. You gonna actually work? Alright, cool. You're attached now. But are you gonna actually let me work? Don't do this to me. Stop. Let's try reopening sign. Oh, you're doing this again. Hold on a second, guys. I'll be right back. Is the Baps of anger. So many angry Baps. What chapter comes after Drunk Neil? Oh, I already drew the cover for that one. So that one has a cover. Alright, so Woven Threads. Oh, I love how this chapter opens. So, I was like looking at what the next chapter after sketches. So, it's I'm gonna do 37. I'm gonna clean this up a little bit as best I can with how my tablet's being. But the next chapter I have to sketch a cover for is 37 because I already sketched 36 on my iPad. Oh, but I was looking at the next chapter that comes after this one. That I have to sketch next. Because the one that comes right after this one is the cover I posted a little bit ago of Cookie slapping Snatcher's back and him freaking out. But the chapter that comes after that opens up with, "You can't have my daughter's hand in marriage." Wait, what? Snatcher stared confused at the shorter man and shook his head, trying to ignore the heat in his face. "Conrad, no, that's not what I'm here for. I don't want to marry Eclipse." He laughed. His stomach flipped. He didn't. "What?" The man produced a knife. The taller man backed up, hands in the air. "You saying she ain't wife material?" "I am getting mixed signals." Snatcher scowled as the knife was moved closer to him. Like, that's how the chapter is gonna open up, and I love it. Earliest I have daddy issues law. think it's so funny. He goes from really, really elegant in this chapter cover to absolute drunken mess in the next chapter cover. There's something hilarious about that to me. Chapter. Alright, now I gotta decide what I need to draw from this chapter. The duality of man. He loves her, officer, but he doesn't know that yet. Alright, let's see. So after that one, it is Woven Thread, Brief Moments. Oh, I gotta do a Brief Moments chapter. It's got a crying Marcus. Why are the past couple Brief Moments ones have crying people on them? Actually, I'll just do Demon King on this one. I know what to do for this. don't talk about this! This one's actually got a cover already. This one I've drawn. Because that's the one Hattie got detention. Alright, this is the chapter he realizes he has facial hair again.
I just like when you carry me.
Hattie raised a hand.
I think Mom can handle it.
I wonder. I did swim her to the cove, but she broke down crying. I still feel bad. He sighed. He flipped her food to a plate and set it on the island. He began working on his own and chewed his lip. Hey, kid, just, hypothetical. If I had any feelings towards your mother... He waved the spatula around. I'm not saying I do. I'm just...
Kiss!
She grinned as she poured honey on her French toast. Snatcher turned bright red. I'm not kissing your mother.
Aw, but isn't that how adults show affection? She huffed. Like my grandpa's, or Cookie, in Ico.
I mean, it's one way, but... He flipped his toast. There's a lot of ways to show you care without kissing. He smiled softly, silently spending time in the room together, enjoying just being near, little gestures to make the other smile, being close, hugs, hand-holding, doing things together.
Isn't that all stuff you and Mom do?
Hattie raised a brow. She cut up her food.
You and Mom literally do that.
He froze. He turned to look at her and then back at his food. His mouth ran dry. He stared at the pan quietly as he put his food on his plate. She was right. He sighed. Well, friends can do it too. You don't have to be in love to do it, he rationalized.
Yeah?
Hattie asked. Uh-huh. He sat beside her. I mean, you can love someone and not love them like a couple. I loved Estelle, but I wouldn't have dated or married her. Like, she was someone I could know forever. But I did love Vanessa. He sighed, though I wonder if I did.
Sounds complicated,
Hattie laughed. Yeah, it is. Take my advice, kid. Don't fall in love, Snatcher cackled.
Love is a pain.
Eclipse stole a piece of toast from his plate, making him jump as she did. His eyes went wide as he gripped his shirt. When did you... He gasped as Hattie laughed.
Eclipse licked her lips with a snicker. Just now. I left a little earlier because I was worried, but you seem fine.
She gave a sigh of relief. I see. He gulped as she stole another piece of toast. He sighed. Hungry?
Not super duper, but it smelt good.
She grinned and moved to lean on the counter with a yawn. She laughed when he reached to pet her head. She leaned into it as he grinned. He stopped when he realized what he was doing, and she whined. He sighed and went back to petting her as she smiled. You guys have fun? She got her homework done. I'm almost done my sewing project. And we need to go shopping again. He chuckled. I keep forgetting the cats eat so early. Set an alarm on your phone. You can make it say feed the feline freeloaders if you need. Eclipse laughed as she pulled away from him with a grin. She ruffled her short pixie-cut hair and opened the fridge. Yeah, I see what you mean. Time for a weekly trip to Owl Market. She grinned, pulling out a can of seltzer water. She cracked it and shut the fridge with her foot. Did you want to go or stay home? She asked Snatcher. I want to pick some stuff out, but I really want to finish the scarf, he sighed. Was your dad home when you drove by? He frowned. I'm having a lot of trouble. Yeah, his boat and truck were there, plus DJ's Ferrari, she laughed. Want to use the bike today, kiddo? Eclipse grinned. Actually, I have some things I need to buy and bring to Nyakuna. She frowned. Would you be fine if Hattie and I headed up to the shore today? You'll be alone. I should be fine. Nyakuna, that's where... Yes, she gave a sly smirk. It is. However, I do have to go to Nyakuna to deal with my job. I have to turn in things to get paid, she sighed. Is it safe to bring Hattie, then? He chewed on his breakfast as she shrugged. As long as I'm there, they won't start things. She sipped on her drink. If they do, then I remind them why they gave me the nickname Wolf of the End. Her eyes glinted maliciously. Mom's so cool! Hattie grinned. You should see her. She doesn't let me watch, but I know it's cool. She hugged her mom's legs. Eclipse shifted to pick her up and began to groom her hair. What have I said about brushing your hair, honestly? She huffed as she lapped at her. Snatcher, you should brush yours too. Mom, Hattie giggled. You should touch his face. Huh? Eclipse blinked, stopping bathing her daughter's hair, confused. Ugh, Snatcher pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm getting prickly. You? Eclipse sat Hattie down and walked over. He rolled his eyes. Go ahead. He sighed as she reached to stroke his cheeks. She giggled and he leaned into her hand. See? I noticed when I was rubbing my face. Not terrible, but I really don't like facial hair. I can get you a razor and shaving cream, she continued to stroke. Beards aren't bad, though, she smiled. My papa had one. Gave him a wolfish charm. I think that's what DJ said. She snickered. DJ can also show you modern shaving. I think I can manage. He leaned into her hands as she smiled. He caught himself and pulled back, ashamed to her confusion. Did I grab wrong? No, it's not that. He covered his mouth with the back of his hand. She scowled and leaned closer. He felt his heart racing as she pressed her forehead to his. You're a little warm. Snatch, take it easy today, okay? She smiled. I don't want you to get sick. I can't help a sicker Leviathan, she teased. He gulped and nodded as she pulled away with a stretch. I'm gonna shower. Hattie, you should shower after, and then we'll head to the market. Okay, Hattie beamed. Bye, Greg. She chimed happily as she went to her room to grab her sewing project. Yeah, this chapter's fun. It's mostly Snatcher being, He's a prickly pear. He got the stubble. Yeah, he do. He huffed as he worked, only pausing when she sat beside him to turn the TV on. He looked over and sighed. You're sighing. Keep doing that. And I'll become a wisp of myself, he finished with a snicker. No, I'm just annoyed. Kid pointed something out, now I can't stop thinking about it, and I'm going nuts. Yeah? She asked, tilting her head. What did my darling daughter do this time? She sneered as she leaned on the couch arm. Well, we were talking about love and stuff. You walked in on the tail end of that, he sighed. I admit, Cookie's words still have me confused. And once I get a thought, it just bugs me. He kept working as he spoke. So... Don't worry about it. I know easier said than done, but... She smiled, looking at him. Whatever it is, it'll work out if it's meant to. She giggled and gave him a lopsided grin. Everyone is most likely pushing because of me, and I'm sorry. I'm gonna sit them down and tell them to quit. It's not fun to be forced into something. More so. She grabbed her neck with a sigh. He listened and set his work down. Yeah, I guess. Still, it's annoying because even I'm unsure now. He sighed heavily and leaned back. What do you think love is?
Uh-huh, she blinked. I guess it depends.
Romantic, he clarified with a chuckle. Clearly you know familial and platonic love. I've seen that. She laughed.
Huh. I guess I see it as someone you enjoy more than a best friend. Someone who you want to wake up daily with. Someone who makes you feel at ease. Who can make your heart race in ways others don't. And, if I may, someone you find more and more beautiful day after day in the most simple things. She laughed and rubbed her neck. Sorry, I'm a little sappy.
No, that's a good response. He thought about it as he looked at her. Do you think monsters and humans can coexist? He asked as he worked. I mean, I know I live here, but...
I think so, but it depends. She curled her legs up. Some humans take better to monsters than others. Prometheus, Kaya's work, they've spent the last 200 years trying to help monsters and humans get along, albeit discreetly, she chuckled. Many of the employees are actually hybrids. She laughed. I was offered a job there once, but I turned it down because I have Hattie.
You? Why? He blinked confused. He stared at her as she moved to stand. Hattie laughed as her mom moved to dry her hair with a big grin. He sighed. He wasn't getting an answer, he felt. So you're going to Nyakina? How far?
Oh, it's about an hour and a half one way, but it'll take a few hours to do shopping, dealing with Kay. You should chase her up a tree again, Hattie quipped, making her mother laugh. If she annoys me, sure. Eclipse gave a big grin. But we'll be home for dinner, but don't wait up. Eat if you're hungry. If you go swimming, leave a note.
Sure, he smiled. Oh, is that where you get those spicy squid sticks? Buy me more of those. And those spicy green snacks.
The wasabi peas?
Hattie asked as her mother stuck her tongue out in disgust. Yeah, I love them, so if it's not much.
Sure, your saltiness. Eclipse chirped and finished drying Hattie's hair. Make a list of what we need and I'll grab it. If you think of something, text me. Ese mobile de bal.
I forgot he pulled this move.
Keep it up, I won't get your snacks, she teased as his expression fell. She laughed. No, don't give me puppy eyes. I am immune, she cackled as he pouted.
Come on. He leaned across the island in her face. She grinned at him.
Come on what, Prince Boy? She raised a brow.
Please, O maiden of the woods, fetch the most spiciest snacks for this lowly eel. He snickered as she rolled her eyes. He laughed when she pushed up on his face. O doth protest, fair maiden of eyes of onyx and sky, I pray thee please fetch the snacks for this eel of the ocean depths.
Oh, quit the voice! God, did you actually talk like that? She laughed. You sound like a Shakespeare play.
Hattie giggled. That's the joke. He laughed as Eclipse pushed his face. He was an interesting playwright.
It's funny that you're only 200 years old, Eclipse mused. From how you speak, you sound older, she admitted, thinking about it.
They're just dorks. They are sappy and I love them. Oh, I should do that picture of him playing with Cece. I'm glad you guys love them. They're absolute dorks. This is also the chapter. I didn't read that part. I skipped over it, but Snatcher admits he doesn't want to move out. He wants to stay with them. They really did just basically adopt the man. But you want to know something? He's not complaining. God, the sketches look so messy because I don't have any of my pressure.
see what chapter 40 is. Oh, I should do this one. This is parent teacher conference is the one that comes after. I should do Ren slamming him into the floor. Where's the seal? Uh-oh, came a chipper tone. That's not good to do in school halls. Snatcher could barely pay attention as his eyes spun. Vanessa. Why was Vanessa here? Hattie's school. Hattie? He looked around frantically. He heard her pop and his body began to shift. Ren! Celeste gasped, backing up into the classroom. Stop him! On it! The teacher's hands began to glow brightly. He thought for a moment before flicking his wrist and black threads tying around his fingers. He flicked his wrist to grab the stressed man and threw him to the ground. Snatcher gasped, choking as the threads caught his neck and pulled him down. He felt the burning subside as he panted. He balled his fist, eyes watering as he looked up at the young woman who was shocked. Sorry, he mumbled as he felt the threads loosen. He turned to see the young man who was whistling. Made that one not a moment too late. He laughed loudly. Snatcher stared in shock. What? The teacher snickered. You see his ghost, subcon Snatcher? The science teacher gave another boisterous laugh as he crossed his arms. He felt his face heat up as he realized what position he was in. He covered his face. He felt his heart still racing as he tried to calm down. It's fine. I do bear an uncanny resemblance to my sister. Celeste sighed, rubbing her neck. Excuse me? Snatcher tensed up and gasped as threads grabbed him once more. Stop it with the threads! He begged. Just being cautious. Ren laughed as he moved into the classroom and shut the door. Celeste sighed. No reason to beat around the bush. I'm Celeste of the Subcon Depths. Vanessa is my elder sister. What's a mermaid doing teaching? Snatcher frowned as he sighed. She wasn't Vanessa. She just looked like Vanessa. He rubbed his neck ashamed. Same reason a cursed guy is at a parent-teacher conference. Happens. Ren snickered as he put a hand to his mouth. I was suspicious at the Sun Festival, and then when I was chatting with Harriet before Moon Festival. He frowned. You need to work on your emotions. He narrowed his eyes. I'm working on it. He looked away ashamed. Look, I wasn't expecting to see the splitting image of my former fiancé. For the record, did this to me. Clearly not enough. Ren's expression was cold. If I wasn't here, I wonder how this would go down. He shook his head side to side. Regardless, what a nasty curse like that. You need to control yourself. You could hurt a normal human. I'm lucky I'm a mage and can stop you. But even then, barely.
How's work? They're cooked. I just have to peel them. Oh, okay.